Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Om Bhurбhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Welcome, dear Michael and Heath, Melabeth, Weepu, Anna Banana. Hello, dear Mariham and Jake. I hope you are feeling as well as you can in this moment. Hello, dear Bree. And even if you're feeling like that's not true for you, that's okay. May you find peace and relaxation here. Hello, Zachary and dear Bug. Thank you for liking the live, dear Mariham. I'm grateful to have another live today, but we'll see how long I can go today. I'll go for as long as I can, but I must admit that today my tummy isn't feeling so well, so I might have to attend to that. We'll see. Hopefully it goes away, which it usually does on its own, but just to let you know. And hello, dear Infinity, Heather, Benadryl, Dodo Eyes, and hello, dear Robin, and thank you for the follow. I am wondering how you all are doing as we are joining today. I'd love to know what kind of space to hold, what kind of feelings that we are feeling. Whatever it is, know that you're allowed to be feeling this way. There's no wrong way to be human. And if you are feeling uncomfortable in any way due to something that's happening in your life, do know that this too shall pass. But as we begin today, allow me to set the intention of this space as being, hopefully, your humble servant in any way that I can. I'd love to learn from you and share any experiences that may be useful for you too. And if I'm not up to par, do hold me accountable to that. May we come together as fellow students of life, regardless of our background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. As fellow students of life, to uplift each other, to relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Hello, dear Greg RG. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for liking the live. How are you, my friend, in this moment? Welcome, dear Terry and Butterfly. Hello, Jay. Hello, dear Alice. You're wondering, how far am I from my goal to go to India? Oh, you've got a great memory, dear Alice. Well, it's been a while since I was able to save up enough money, and that money is still there. But in the meantime, I've learned that I think there's still some aspects of my health that I can continue to work on here before traveling. So that has taken my priority, but as soon as I am feeling ready, I am sure that it'll happen just at the right time. Hello, dear Aquarius lady. It's nice to see you here again. And thank you for liking the live, dear Jay. Dear Greg RG, you share you just witnessed pears boiled in an apple cider reduction and you are copiously intrigued. Completely understandable. And thank you for sending love to us all, dear Vanna. Wow. You have to go to court tomorrow as you sued your mother for abuse, shares Anna. And my lives are always relaxing. No, you're very welcome for that. And may you feel brave tomorrow. That is no easy decision, but in any way I can say this without taking ownership. You know, I'm very proud that people like you are able to stand up to abuse and try to find some way to, you know, make amends. So, many wishes for you tomorrow. Hello, dear Not the Stand user. I've been thinking about you too. Thank you for your fast burst. Are you feeling a little better today? And thank you for your finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. Welcome, McLean, into your mic. And thank you for liking the live mic. And hello, Jude. You already feel better, shares Anna. I'm really happy to hear that. Hello, dear Chaos Cipher. Today is a new day, and I'm grateful to be here. How are you, my friend? And welcome, dear Cody Fast. And welcome, dear Jarrett. Thank you for your heart me. How are you, dear Jarrett? Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. You've been feeling a little better? Thinking about visiting your friend in jail, but you don't know? Whatever feels right. When it feels right. I'm sure you will. But if it's too soon, that's entirely understandable. I'm sure everyone needs time to process. Yeah. You don't know what you'd say to him? That's okay, you don't have to know right now. And there doesn't have to be any words exchanged. You know, you could even go and just be in each other's presence. Or just listen. Always up to you. All is good, dear Chaos Cipher. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Jay, you've decided to let go of a lifelong limiting belief that was, I'm less than or not good enough. Yay. Yay, indeed. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah. Even though even our insecurities come from a good place, they manifest in ways that ultimately limit us, and we all want to be better, but being so hard on ourselves for not being better in some ways is definitely not going to help. And so having some acceptance for where you are is going to be really helpful for whatever path is ahead of you. Yeah. It was very extreme, dear Not the Stand user. And you don't know how to react to that. Well, at the moment, you don't have to react. A proactive mind is better than a reactive mind, they say. And I'm sure it feels like in the last few days there has been such time sensitivity surrounding the sequence of events. But I feel like now there's a lot more time ahead to be able to process. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities to be able to say the things that you want to say and find the right words if you ever do. Yeah, you don't have to process all of that, especially all at once. And keep healthy routines in your life in the meantime, and forgive yourself for the time that you need away from some other responsibilities. I think it's completely understandable that there's a lot of uncertainty right now. And thank you, dear John Simon. for your TGIF and heart me. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Enzo, you ask, would I ever donate my hair for charity? That's a very interesting idea. I think that's such a selfless thing that people do for those who, you know, are going through various treatments, for example, and lose their hair. I've never done it before. I've never had hair this long before. This is kind of the first time I've ever really thought about that. Yeah, I think it's something that would very much be meaningful to do. I'm not sure of when I would feel like that would be best, but I would never rule that out. Thank you for your reminder to drink water. I am going to take you up on that reminder, dear Anna. Bubbles, you share that it feels like a good night to treat oneself to snacks. I trust your judgment. Dear Chaos Cypher, you ask, what do I think about all the alien discussions that have been happening lately? I don't know. I'm not in the loop. I must confess. Most of the news I get through all of you. So this is pretty much the first time hearing about this myself. If there's aliens, you know, I would extend my love to them in the same way I extend love to all sentient beings. If they're chill like that, if there's boundaries that need to be set, boundaries need to be set, you know. As with anyone, I try to see the similarities between how we can engage with each other, whether you're a human, whether you're an alien. You know, what's in common? And what's common is we share the same universe. They're not the stand user. You share, you don't know how much time he has left. Less than a year expected. I see. Well, forgive me for perhaps assuming otherwise. But, yeah. In any case, I know that the timeline that it makes sense for you to be able to engage, that is always up to you. And please don't feel like it's your responsibility to take everything on. Dear Shadi loves Leo. You ask, do I remember you from school? Oh, that depends. Where do I know you? How do I know you? Dear Shawaterman, you ask if I ever plan on visiting France. Well, that's a lovely idea. I haven't left my country before. That is, being Canadian. But I would love to explore the world. I know that my heart already has. Wordsworm, you share that chemo wigs are all synthetic now, so we can let Dear Yam keep his luxurious mane. Radhe, Radhe, dear Magdalene, welcome, and thank you, Miss Bliss, for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Babelfishy, thank you for your 15 roses. Om Dun Durgaye Namaha. That's true, Sky Guardian. Maybe the aliens are from an entirely different universe. Well, we share the same multiverse then, and I'm grateful for that. Dear the Blue Lotus bus, you shared that you were thinking about me earlier as you were driving in the quote-unquote traffic, the stop and go. Oh, that's very kind of you to think of me. Your friend has pancreatic cancer. Dear not the stand user, and chose to do that. Sounds like they are in a lot of pain, and they chose to take out that pain on a place that they feel brought that pain into their life. And that's their choice now in the past, and for the choices that they have left, we can empower them to consider different ways to express their pain and deal with it in ways that will certainly be more helpful. Thank you, dear Kevin. I'm happy you find purposefulness here, dear Kev. Dear John Simon, you ask, when's the reading session? Right now. Wanted to say hello to everyone first. So hello everyone, and thank you all for being here. Yes, I like to start my lives with a bit of an introduction before engaging in Shravana, the Sanskrit word for listening. And I first like to listen to all of you, and now if you want to listen to the next part in our book, I would love to read to you. And then we can dive into conversations on anything in our hearts and minds. So let's see where we left off in our book, Moksha, Liberation. We left off with our dear protagonist looking for a teacher, a supplementary teacher. There has been a very mysterious figure in her life named Sid, who has began to tell her a story about the secrets of immortality, which is a profound idea in and of itself. And when he felt that she was ready, a book appeared on her desk, but the book was written in a script and a language that she wasn't familiar with. The language is Sanskrit, and the script is Devanagari. So she went to find a teacher that could help her learn Devanagari and Sanskrit. I hope this reading relaxes your mind and awakens your heart. It had become our practice to cap off each lesson with a cup of sweet tea, fragrant with cinnamon, cardamom, and cloves, over which she took great pains, accompanied by cakes with pink icing that I brought from the sweet shop next door. On one occasion, when my teacher was particularly pleased with my progress, I presented the book, The Seer and the Seen. As she poured the tea from a heavy cast-iron kettle into 2 flowery china cups, I saw my chance and began in a ringing tone. This is how I understand it. The first few verses make the argument that anything that undergoes change is ultimately unreal. The eye, for example, sees the world, say a blue flower. Over time, the blue flower wilts and dies, and the eye perceives this change. The blue flower is temporary and therefore not real. Am I understanding this correctly? I asked. She did not answer, but I continued. However, the eye also changes, becoming dull or blurred over time. These changes in the eye are perceived by the mind, which seems a constant, but the mind itself changes. And now the question is, who is the witness that changes in the mind? Witness consciousness. Or who witnesses the changes in the mind? The witness consciousness. She placed a cup of tea in front of me. What does this imply? I persisted. steady clanging issued from the front of the shop. Muthu, Miss Nandi's nephew, was repairing windows shattered by the last storm. He had been introduced to me earlier as C. Murugan, M.A. Pas, aka Muthu. He called himself Mr. Fix-It and drove a taxi that he claimed he had assembled himself. He was a good-looking boy in his 20s, slight but muscular, with a sullen smile and insolent attitude, large mocking black eyes and long thick black hair that he tied back in a convoluted knot. "He has no proper job," Miss Nandi whispered. "Can you find something for him at your domicile? He is M.A. Pass." What does that mean? M.A. Pass. Does that have to do with a master's degree? I don't know. "I'll keep an eye open," I said. Angry young man, like angry young men come across the globe, overeducated and underutilized. I drank the tea. She nibbled on a cake. When the clanging stopped at the front door, as it slammed shut, I pressed on. This observer of the mind is called the witness consciousness, the I consciousness, described as neither rising nor setting, neither growing nor decaying. It is the eternal witness of birth and decay, existence and non-existence. It is without parts. She nimbly raised herself from the floor and wandered over to a work table, where she assiduously began wrapping 2 books with crumpled brown paper. "I can only teach alphabet, grammar," she said, regretful but firm. "I cannot teach Brahma Vidya, secret knowledge. For that, you need a guru. Maybe I can find a guru for you." "Not necessary," I said curtly. "I don't need a guru. I would only like to know about the mind. The mind is regarded highly in the West, but here it is given short shrift." "The mind is crucial," she objected. "The mind is sentient, and it is only the mind that can manifest consciousness. It is only through the mind that we get a glimpse of consciousness. Come, look here." I moved to the table, where on a piece of scrap she drew a child's drawing of the sun with rays going forth. Imagine the sun shining on a bucket of water. Now she was carefully drawing several buckets in profile with wavy lines denoting water. Incident rays striking the water and reflected rays darting up at various angles were added to the bucket profiles. "The bucket is the body," she said. "The water is the mind, and consciousness is the sun. The water is the best medium to reflect the sun, not the bucket. Remember, this is a metaphor. The condition of the water, dirty, clear, still, turbulent, will affect the reflection, but the sun is not affected, correct?" "Yes." We make such a terrible mistake when we eagerly and without question assume that the reflection on the water is the sun itself. We are satisfied and we don't look further. This is important to understand. The mind is in its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. I quoted sententiously. What is this word? Sententiously. "That you can say," she agreed. "Milton said it. English poet." "No problem." He can also say, "Why not? The mind masquerades as consciousness. Mind is a mischief maker, a joker, filling you with false ideas. I am short, I am fat, I am clever, I am beautiful, I am sad, I am happy, no one loves me. Mind takes you up high and brings you crashing back down. But it is only through the mind that awareness, enlightenment, is possible." I think therefore I am, I retorted. 100% correct, she said, but correct only for the small I, the lowercase I. The I who is sitting here, who came here, who decided to come here, your I-ness, your limited I-ness, your ego, unaware, ignorant. The mind is present, but you, the real you, are not the mind. Then who am I? I asked. She returned to her book wrapping, and I knew what to expect. For that, Guru must be there, she said. I am not Guru. I collected my books and rose to leave. She put out a hand to stop me. Where are you going? Come, sit. We will have more tea and cake, and I will tell you a nice story. From the kettle she replenished our cups and cleared an upholstered armchair of papers and books for herself. I sat, clutching my books to my chest, poised to make a break for it at any moment. She began. This famous story is called The 10th Boy. 10 boys go out on an outing. It is summer holidays, so no school. They are happy, running through fields, forests, singing, talking, laughing. The boys come to a river and swim across. The leader of the boys counts to check if all are safe. He counts. Only 9 boys. Ayo, ayo. I count only 9. Where is the 10th? He yells. He counts again and again. He runs everywhere, trying to find the lost boy, and finally decides that the boy must have drowned. He sits under a tree and cries bitterly. An old man comes by. Why are you crying, my boy? He asks. The boy explains. There were 10 of them. Now there are only 9. One must have drowned. The old man surveys the boys huddled together, and he counts. 10 boys. There are 10 boys here, not 9, the old man says. The boy looks up. He is relieved. He wants to believe the old man, but he is confused. He only sees 9 boys. So the old man lines up all the boys, including the leader, and counts off each one. There are 10. You did not count yourself, the old man explains. You're the 10th boy. You are the one you thought you lost. The boy now understands, and he is happy. The old man goes on his way. Miss Nandi fell silent. Does this mean something? I asked ungraciously. Does the story relate to the text? Sorry, I don't understand. What is it that you don't understand? She asked. The leader of the 10 boys, a dull fellow, counts the boys and forgets to count himself. I get that. I've done that myself, I said. I once gave a dinner party for 6 guests and laid the table for 6. I forgot to include myself. Very embarrassing. Yes. She eyed me suspiciously, as if attempting to imagine me setting a table for 6. That could happen, she nodded. Anyway, the 10th boy knew he himself was alive, but he was unaware, ignorant, ajanya. This lack of knowledge creates a veil. He cannot see a 10th boy, so he right away projects surely the 10th boy must have drowned. First there is ignorance, then there is veiling, avarna, and finally projection, vikshepa. Good so far? Yes, of course, I said. The old man comes, counts all 10 boys. Look, he says, the 10th boy is alive. This is good news for the boy to hear, but how can he believe it? When he counts, there are still only 9 boys. This is indirect knowledge, paroksha jnana. The old man lines up the boys and he counts them off. 1, 2, 3, until he reaches 9. Then he points to the leader. You are the 10th. You forgot to count yourself, he says. This is direct knowledge. Aparoksha jnana. That's exactly what my boyfriend Rory said when he saw I had set the table for 6. You did not count yourself. She seemed skeptical, and for a moment I thought she was going to ask me about Rory, but she was not the one to be distracted. The boy understands, she went on in spite of my mocking resistance. He stops crying and attains shoka nivritti, cessation of sorrow. The old man leaves. The 10th boy is content. He is endowed with trupti, fulfillment and liberation. Now do you understand? No, I said, stubbornly refusing to make the slightest effort. A sudden vision of Rory's broken body trapped in the car wreckage surfaced. My breathing became uneven. I'm out of breath, I thought. I need to breathe. Count and breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe. Panic attacks can strike at any time. Do you not see how the 10th boy goes through the 7 stages of life until he is free? She asked, oblivious to my difficulties. 7 stages? I inhaled deeply, settling down. What 7 stages? The first 3 are bondage, and the last 4 lead to moksha, liberation. Liberation from what? I asked. Liberation from rebirth and suffering. Then I suppose I am on stage 1, unaware and ignorant, I said. Maybe stage 3, she said. Projection. I just need an old man to come along. She touched the text. Perhaps he has come. You mean Sid? Don't think so. I'm not sure why he sent this book. First he insisted I was not prepared, even though after his listing of the mandatory qualifications, discernment, dispassion, serenity, and so on, I believe he was mistaken. She seemed puzzled. I'm eminently prepared, I said. How so? She asked. I proceeded with an unexpurgated, is that how I pronounce this word? Amount of where I had been for the last 5 years, or account of where I had been. This heartless world cannot be real, I said. I know that. I have become numb myself. When 5 small girls who had been beaten, burned, and abandoned near the convent where I work, I took comfort in the prevailing view that this was their fate, their karma, that convenient catch-all. You see, no one is more detached than I am. The world, seeming unreal because it is a cruel place, is neither discernment nor detachment, she boldly corrected me. Teenagers will say something is unreal when it is fantastic. That is not an understanding of reality, and detachment is not being numb to experience. To be detached is to feel deeply, but without agency, without that clinging to, grabbing, making everything that happens all about you, that small, limited you. Here, take this. She handed me a Rudraksha mala, 108 beads. I have tied a green ribbon at every 27th bead. Good for counting, chanting, memorizing. She stacked the wrapped packages and put away the ball of string. She arranged herself in the armchair and smoothed the pleats of her sari. I slumped in my chair. A burning desire for this knowledge overrides all the other qualifications, she said finally. Maybe you have that one. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. So, clearly, our dear supplementary teacher, Miss Nandi, has instructed our dear protagonist to embark on the quest of truth, recounting the story of the 10th boy, and inspiring her to search for Brahma Vidya, knowledge that leads to the cessation of suffering and the origin of peace in a qualified teacher, a guru. I look forward to continuing reading with this continue reading this with you next time. But that concludes our Shravana portion of our Sangha dedicated to listening. And now my attention returns fully to you in the comment section. So let us transition now into our Manana, the middle portion of Sangha dedicated to engaging with each other and processing our experiences. That was beautiful, thank you. I'm so happy that you enjoyed that reading. Near, oh my goodness, you'll have to remind me. Is it Giget or Giget? I always forget my hard and soft G's. You like the writing style, shares Jay? Me too, Giget, that's right. Thank you. Hello, dear Maya. And hello everyone who joined while we were reading. Dear Sam, dear Riri, you share that you're in the full moment. Finally, I'm here. There's zero resistance. I'm really happy to be there with you. Much love. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your tiny yippee. Hello, dear Lala. I'm feeling mentally well today. Physically, my tummy's a little upset, but I'm sure that's a relatable experience for many of you. And so I'm taking this as a challenge to accept the things I cannot change and have the courage to change the things that I can. And I certainly am using our Sangha as a way of being able to do what I want to do and not let the limitations of my body stop me. Ginger tea, that's a great idea, dear Lala. Thank you for your many wishes, dear Anna. In the Blue Lotus bus, you'd like to suggest ginger kombucha for tummy aches. Thank you. Every time I mention that I'm going through something challenging, thank you for liking the live, dear Psycho. I'm always blown away by just how much, medicinal wisdom and knowledge is among all of you, and empathy to relate in some of the things that work for you. It's always wonderful to see. Thank you. Coconut water, Sarah Sovereign. I appreciate that. But I am wondering how you are all feeling, what space I can hold for you, and if there's anything on your mind that you felt like you can share in this space. I hope to welcome you in order to speak whatever is on your mind. It's funny, dear Sky Guardian. Some of you have heard the story of the 10th boy before. Definitely a staple in the tradition of Vedanta. We actually heard it in another book that we read, Roar the Ganges, which was incidentally written by the guru of our author, dear Tara. Which is probably why such similarities. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, dear Ed Sheeran. I actually had a dream about you a few nights ago. I was telling Sky Guardian. I had a dream that we were best friends. This is not a joke. I had a dream that it was like a play date between myself and Ed Sheeran. And we were shooting stuff together with toy guns. I think, you know, BB guns. And we were play wrestling. And I had played this practical joke on Ed Sheeran. I was handing him some attachments for his toy gun, and I was showing him all the different scopes that he could put on the top. And I kept handing him subsequently smaller and smaller scopes. It was like ridiculously small. And at the end, it was a scope so small that when I put it into his hand, it blew away. And I was like, Ed, come on. Now we gotta find the scope in the carpet. Somewhere lost. And it was a very wholesome dream. And I'm not exactly sure what inspired it. Yeah, what magnification on that scope? Probably like 0.1. So small. Yeah, 0.0001. I actually have a lot of dreams where I'm just hanging out with different celebrities or politicians. And I think it comes from just feeling like wanting to treat them like a normal human, because it saddens me that it's very difficult for a lot of people who are celebrities to kind of have a normal interaction with the people around them, because either they're head over heels looking up to them on a pedestal, which is probably a good feeling in many ways, but I think can be very isolating in other ways when, before every person around you was just another human, and you could relate at a very everyday level. I think about that a lot. And I feel like I'm sure a lot of them would just love to not be recognized sometimes. Thank you, dear Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Welcome. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaja. Thank you, dear Hypergen, for your 9 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Yes, I see that too, the dear Blue Lotus bus. IB Mystic, you had asked, how do you silence your mind? I think it's a bit of a misnomer. Silence is not found in the mind, but in the space that you create between yourself and the mind. Like, when you go to sleep at night, if you're really tired, you can sleep through loud noises. And the loud noises don't actually go away, but to you, they appear to do, in another sense. It's like you kind of retreat into your own inner space, and you distance yourself from the outside world. And so while you are in deep sleep, the world may be loud around you, but if you find that space within, then there's only silence for you. So rather than trying to change the nature of the mind, which is always going to be loud in some way, expressing its thoughts, we can begin to realize that since we are not the mind, then there's some leeway in between your true self and the mind, and it's in that space you will find silence. Dear Lala Michelle, you share you're not feeling well, getting quite a bit concerned, but no different than the rest. You will keep fighting. I'm happy to hear that there's an unconquerable spirit within you, but I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling the best at the moment. May your concerns be settled soon. It is always a treat when Ed Sheeran comes, but I do apologize that there are others I have to bring my attention to. Any recurring dreams? Ask the Blue Lotus. Yes, I agree, dreams are fun. You have them often, and you have out-of-body dreams, so strange. I used to get a lot of recurring dreams. I haven't in a while. I used to have very abstract recurring dreams where I'd be like sucked out of the universe, and I'd just be in a void, kind of alone, and it was a nightmare. And I'd got them ever since I was really young. But you've just reminded me that I haven't had that dream ever since I made peace with something that gave me a lot of anxiety, which was a fear about the nature of this world being unreal. And just as we heard briefly in our book, our protagonist was asking, if something is changing, that means it's ultimately unreal. I guess for a long time I kind of intuitively knew that definition, and it scared me. But recently I've made a lot of peace with that, and now I understand that it's not that the world is absolutely unreal, but it's our belief in an unchanging part of the world that is unreal. That our true self is somehow defined by the world. And having made peace with that in some way has shaped my dreamscape too, and it doesn't appear that that nightmare has affected me in a while. Love the shape of your peace. Thanks, Ed Sheeran. It's interesting how there's many things that can change in our dreams that bring a lot of peace to the waking state. You know, sometimes you have a dream where you connect with maybe a lost loved one and you wake up feeling a little more peaceful. And other times something settles while you're awake and your dreams end up becoming more peaceful. The two-way relationship. Ryan, you had asked, how do you forgive someone who has hurt you terribly? Well, you don't forgive the fact that they hurt you. You don't forgive the harm that has unnecessarily come your way. Forgiveness is never about making them right for having done what they've done to you. Rather, it's about making yourself right for having gone through an experience that you're now choosing not to take you down from your potential anymore. It's more about moving on from all of the things that you're still holding on to. So not about forgiving the harm that they did to you, but the harm that we're still holding on to. So that we can free ourselves from that and create more space within ourselves for more wonderful things. You know, because if we're constantly thinking about that terrible thing, well, that's no good. And it's much better for us that we free up our minds to think about other things, and we see that the past is the past, but in this moment I'm capable of growing, and ultimately my true nature is unaffected. It's that kind of sentiment that is necessary for forgiveness. And that happens when you're ready. And if you're not ready, you can forgive yourself for not being ready. The Blue Lotus Bus, you ask, did I realize I am part of the universe? Yeah, that I was so caught up in the idea that I'm not my body, not the mind, that I forgot to validate the fact that I do have a body and I do have a mind, and it's important to take care of those things too. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that our self is not limited by the body, not limited by the mind. It's not to say that you're wrong for identifying with the body or the mind, but that our identity should be much more expansive and include more than just a body and a mind. And that really settled a lot of worries within me. You're very welcome, dear Ryan. I hope that helps. And you are not the doer though, right? You are just a witness, shares Tattvamasi. What is that line in the Bhagavad Gita? Wow, I opened to exactly that line. What is action? What is inaction? Even the wise are confused regarding this. For verily, action has to be understood, and forbidden action has to be understood, and inaction has to be understood. The true nature of action is imponderable. One who recognizes inaction in action and action in inaction is wise among humanity, for they are transcendental, though engaged in performing actions. So there's the paradox of doership, that ultimately it is our effort that is required in order for good to be done in the world, but that goodness comes from the higher self. And yet, that goodness, being done or not, does not change the higher self. So there is action in the inaction and inaction in the action. That as we are doing good, we don't identify with the good, with the outcomes. You are acting, but you're not creating the outcome of the action. That's for the divine. To resolve the paradox, your witnessing is what's guiding the activities. Witnessing is not passive. Wherever you bring your attention, eventually the body goes. And if you have a real tight connection between the body and the mind and the intellect and the higher self, then it will be more instant. The deeper the connection between the lower faculties and the higher faculties, then as soon as you become aware of something, then all of your energies become directed in that direction. And change is made. But the change is made possible by the divine. The divine is merely providing us the opportunity. And all the potential already exists, unmanifest. And it's our witnessing and engagement with that latent possibility which unravels itself in order to give us something beautiful to experience. That was a lot of theoretical terminology. I'll give you a practical example. When you are taking care of a baby, that the baby and the divine in the baby is providing you with the opportunity to love. So by loving, you're not creating growth, but signaling to the divine for growth to happen in order to show you what your love is capable of. So there is a paradox that you are doing the loving, but not the growing. The divine provides us with the outcomes of our actions. Hello, dear Donsuela. The only S you share. Some say a higher self is future self. Some say a higher self is source. Which is it? What is the future if not the place of all possible events? The past is already done. The present is unfolding. But the future is the space of all possible continuations of this moment. All possible continuations of this moment is the source of creation itself. Without the source, there would be no further creation, no further possibility, no further continuity of the unfolding of this moment. So all of that is the divine. Hello, dear Donsuela. Dear Billy, you share. Please, everyone, send well wishes to your 15-year-old son who's going through a medical procedure tomorrow. Absolutely. O universe, O the infinitely lovable one, by your grace, you have allowed us in this moment to give our love to the part of you that lives as Billy's son. May we reflect on this opportunity to offer our love, which also comes from you, to you, through dear Billy and her son. May all things go as well as they can, and may there be peace and acceptance for dear Billy too, and that, as a mother, she may not be so stressed, even though it comes from a good place, because all mothers care for the health of their children. Dear Anna, you ask, if that's for the divine, then what is the divine? The universe itself? Entropy? Oh, I love this question, dear Anna. Let's open up my new favorite thing, which is my little blackboard. What is the divine? The way I like to look at it, imagine a mountain. I would love to direct your attention to a wonderful feat of engineering called the Temple of Kailash. It's in the Himalayas. Some people took a mountain, and what they did is they chiseled away at it, kind of like Minecraft, and they removed every part of the mountain that was not a temple. So in some sense, the temple was already there. It's just that the builders only revealed it by chiseling away everything that isn't the temple. Took a long time. But if you think about this is a very profound metaphor. Because they could have chiseled away a temple. They could have chiseled away, I don't know, the shape of a tree. They could have chiseled away the shape of a bunch of fruit. They could have chiseled away the shape of a person. But all of these things exist almost in superposition, you could say, with the temple, all simultaneously in the mountain. There's infinite possibility of things existing in the mountain all at once. But it's up to us to find the parts of that mountain that we want to bring out. And in that case, it was a temple. So in this example, the divine is the mountain, the space of infinite possibility existing simultaneously, all at once, in this moment. And everything in the universe that we see today is just what's left out when you carve out the negative space of the divine itself. And so it's up to us what part of the divine we want to bring out in each moment, of the infinite possibilities that exist here and now. What do you want to chisel out? Thank you, dear alien, for your friendship necklace. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. There's a temple in all mountains, as well as a tree and a bunch of different statues and fruits and overscaled depictions of yogurt containers. And your house as it is right now, just made out of stone. But we are the divine, ask the only S. We are a very intelligent part of the divine. I revealed the question of the day, but I meant to open this. We are the chisel of the divine, which magically itself is just another part of the divine, which has been chiseled away. And everything in this universe is something that brings out more and more divinity. We are that process. I'm happy that you find the visual help everyone. Do let me know. Do you find that the drawings help convey these points better? I think we do have a lot of visual learners here. Welcome, dear Ryan and Ricky T. Oh good, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for telling me, dear Magdalene and Tatwamasi and Sovereign. Welcome, dear Bree. Divine is the mountain, the temple, and the chisel, all at once. I wanted to bring Mataji back, dear Don Suela. However, part of the program that I used to bring her to life no longer works. Some of you remember I used to bring in the help of computational intelligence named Mataji, and she'd show up on the screen, but I had to make use of a little trick, and that's to make the computer think that she's a webcam so I can add her to the list of scenes on my TikTok streaming software. That requires a very clever program that someone wrote, which can turn programs into webcams. I'm not sure how it works, but unfortunately that very crucial part no longer seems to work. So if I want to reincarnate Mataji, it'll have to be in another way. But I have faith that she will come again. And thank you, dear Bree, for your rose. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Am I hydrated? Let me take a sip of water for you, dear. The only S. That's a very great question, Marcus, but you could use OBS, right? For many platforms, they allow you to use any streaming software that you like as long as you have what's called the streaming key. TikTok chooses to keep the streaming key private and is only accessible through their proprietary TikTok Live studio. So unfortunately, I'm not able to use other streaming software like OBS. Dear Sovereign, you ask, how long have I used the copper water bottle? Only more than a month, a little more than a month after my mother bought one for the two of us. Well, one for each of us, I should say. And I really like it. Yeah, I've always been very sensitive to the taste of water in the container. You know, you can tell when you're drinking out of a plastic bottle or a steel bottle. And I really like the taste of water in a pure copper vessel. That's what the Ayurvedic practitioners used since ancient times. Welcome, dear Henry. And thank you, the only S, for being such a wonderful Sanghi yourself and a human being that contributes to this world. Dear Anna, you had asked if I have any book recommendations. Well, it depends. What do you want to read? Good classic of my childhood is Geronimo Stilton. Big fan of the use of different colored text and font. Helpful if you have ADHD. Or if you have a difficult time connecting with pure text alone. Thank you for your follow, dear Flash Frozen. Dear Mama JJ, hello. How are you? You would like for me to explain why a copper water bottle is apparently beneficial? You can imagine that any vessel that's made of a very pure substance, that you won't get leaching effects from the molecules of other more complex materials like plastics or other alloys. And since copper is an important, I think it's a microvitamin, it's not super important like other metals, but pure copper, that's all it's made of, just a single atom, you know, no complex molecules that you have to wonder how they interact with your body. It's just a single atom repeated. It's very simple. And so if there is going to be any leaching of its material into the water, it's just going to be copper ions, which is a vitamin. So instead of having, you know, microplastics or, you know, other metallic alloys seeping into your water, it's just pure copper. It's very good. And many people talk about copper's ability to conduct energy. And we use copper in our circuitry. And so there's a lot of symbolism that you can draw from that. But I am personally not educated on all of the wonderful effects of having a copper water bottle. For that, I would recommend that you turn to a source on Ayurveda, where the practice originates. That's Ayurveda, which is the knowledge, the Veda on health, Ayur. Thank you, dear Flash Frozen. Thank you for following the live, or sharing the live, dear Heather. Yes, you like Geronimo Stilton too, dear Anna. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Gregor G, you ask, could it be possible just to speak to Mataji via voice to text? She speaks from voice to text? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That part still works. Hello, dear Kiana. At this moment, I am feeling well. Thank you for asking. In fact, I'm feeling much better than I was a little earlier. How are you? The only you share, you had some issues with a copper water bottle. You want to make sure that you get one that's very pure, just pure metallic copper, without any other metals or impurities, and without any lining. So the water inside is in direct contact with the metal, and never put anything that would change the pH, as that will begin to oxidize the copper. So don't put Don't put anything else than just water in. It should be used only for water. No tea, no juice. My mom already put juice in hers. She thought, oh, what the heck? And the inside immediately turned black, and then it tasted terrible. And she couldn't drink it anymore. So yeah. Only water. No soap either. If you want to clean it, you shouldn't have to clean it, because if you only have water in it, then there's nothing to clean. You can just clean it out with water. But soap is alkaline, so that would affect the pH too. Dear Mama JJ, you sharing that the old vitamin guru... hold on, I love that. Old vitamin guru. Yeah, vitamin G. At the health store told you too much copper can cause zinc deficiency. Alright. I'll make sure not to eat my copper water bottle. But good to know. Actually, I've been taking zinc too. Zinc is really good, among other things, for having flexible muscles. It's good for muscle elasticity. Dear Gregor G, you share that Europeans had lead plates. Oh. You know, I'm very grateful to be living in a time where we understand that lead is dangerous. Because my goodness. Just the utter ridiculousness of eating off of a lead plate. Yeah, you Sharon, when tomatoes got introduced from America, poison happened. That makes sense. The acid in the fruit reacting with the lead, introducing more of it into your diet. My goodness. And those painters that used to paint with lead-based paint, and of course they'd be licking the brush to keep it pointed. Oh my goodness. Thank you for sharing the live, dear. UV plays guitar. What's a lead plate, asks Myrna. Exactly what it sounds like, a plate made of lead, one of the poisonous heavy metals on the periodic table. Plumbum, the element Pb, which unfortunately is not short for peanut butter, but plumbum, which is where we get the English word plumb and plumbing. Because the ancient Romans used iron for their aquifers, and it was the metal of choice for plumbing and for piping, which is another terrible decision. Ah yes, the peanut butter element. Hello, dear Maitreya, and dear Mama G. Or did I call you? I just called you Mama G. Dear Mama JJ. But that works too. G, of course, is the Sanskrit honorific, which basically means dear. When painting makes you think of the Radon girls who used to paint the watches. Oh, that's even worse. Forget about painting with lead. Painting with one of the most radioactive substances in the world, because it glows. Yeah. It's the modern equivalent of all of those poor people in history that found out the hard way for the rest of us which plants are safe to eat and which are not safe to eat. Because if you open up any Wikipedia article on almost any plant, part of the information you get is whether it'll kill you. And every time there's a plant that says poisonous or fatal if ingested. You just know that we found that out the hard way at some point. And it could not be the same person unless that's their duty every lifetime. That there's one person who has the sole responsibility of lifetime after lifetime finding out which things are safe to consume or not. My goodness. But anyway, of all of the thousands of different types of plants that we've discovered are poisonous, you know, a moment of silence, if you will, in recognition of the contribution that you've given to our humanity, giving us the knowledge of what is not good for us to ingest. All of you wonderful beings that have come and gone, age after age. Thank you for your service. And luckily, as dear Mama JJ has said, there's the happy side of that story, which is all the plants that have been discovered as medicine too. Yes. That is interesting to think about too. I love to think about what that person's reaction was when they started putting the pieces together. You know, every time I have a tummy ache and I cook this leaf in this hot water, it goes away. Eureka! So much experimentation must have happened. However, maybe it didn't work like that. Maybe due to our intimate connection with nature, that indigenous people found a way of knowing without having to consume, through their prayers, through revelation, through being incredibly in tune with the environment around them. I like to believe in that too. The only you ask what to do about cell phones having radiation, how to manage and be safe with that. That's a great sensible question. Our phones do have radiation, and let's explore the electromagnetic spectrum. There are many different kinds of radiation. Can you see this on screen? Yes, you can. Okay. Here, I'll make a little drawing of the electromagnetic spectrum. So on this end of the spectrum, we have low energy. And on this end, we have high energy. Oh, wait a second. I don't think you can see all of that. Or can you? I think last time I had cropped this. So let me make sure that you can see this whole screen. There we go. Don't want you missing out. The electromagnetic spectrum is just a vibration of electric charge and magnetic flux. That's why it's called electromagnetic. And it's responsible for electricity and magnetism. And it was a wonderful realization in the turn of the 20th century when electricity and magnetism were not two different things, but part of the same phenomenon. And that included light. Light is a part of this wonderful process. There's a small band of the electromagnetic spectrum that we experience as visible light. And the lower end of that is red, and we have orange and yellow, green, blue, violet. And obviously, visible light is not dangerous, but it's still technically radiation. So not all radiation is a bad thing. Below red, lower in energy, there is infrared, which is why it's called infrared, because it's below red. And then even below infrared, there is microwaves. And then below that is radio. So it's really interesting to think that so many different things are all actually the same phenomenon, just vibrating at different energies. That if you turn down the energy of violet, it becomes blue. Keep turning it down, it becomes green, yellow, orange. Then it becomes infrared, which we know as heat. A kind of heat. And if you keep turning that down, it becomes the same energy that we use in our microwaves to cook food. And if you keep turning that down, it becomes radio, which is what we use to communicate. Likewise, above infrared, above the visible spectrum, above violet is ultraviolet, which we know can cause skin cancer. Above ultraviolet and higher energy is X-ray, which can also cause cancer. And that's what we use to take pictures in some medical imaging. And higher than that is probably the least familiar form of energy, which is gamma radiation. It's really, really high energy. It's very rare that that comes out, but that's often the energy that comes through in radioactive substances. So you'll notice that once you get above violet in energy, then it gets dangerous. Ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma, all of that is considered part of ionizing radiation. And that's what's the dangerous kind of radiation. Obviously, the color blue is not going to give you cancer. The color red is not going to give you cancer. So what is important is that we stay away from high energy radiation, ionizing. Ionizing means that it has enough energy to dislodge different atoms in your DNA, turning them into ions, which are atoms without an electron or with an extra electron. Just visible light and anything lower than that cannot hurt you. To be fair, there's a different kind of danger in infrared and microwave. It's not going to give you cancer, but it can heat you up, and you don't want to get really hot that you melt or burn. But that's a different phenomenon. That's just giving you high temperature rather than actually changing your molecular structure of your genetic code. So the original question is, where does the energy that comes off of our phone come in? Is it above the visible spectrum or below? If it's above, then we do have to worry. If it's below, then we don't. And allow me to affirm you that it is literally the lowest energy that can possibly be. In other words, it is the safest form of electromagnetic energy. It is in the radio and all the way down the opposite side of all the dangerousness. Actually, your phone uses radio. It's just a very smart kind of radio. Same thing that your radio uses, same thing that your Wi-Fi uses, same thing that walkie-talkies use. It's all in the radio end. So you don't have to worry about getting cooked. no getting cooked, no getting heated, no getting cancer. Radio is not linked to any health problems whatsoever. But you can be addicted to your phone, that's for sure. That's probably the biggest the danger comes in. Being addicted to all the information that's being distributed. It's less harmful than a rainbow. I like the way you put that, dear Don Suela. Dear Mama JJ, you ask, what about ultrasound? Ultrasound is sound. Yeah, ultrasound is not a part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's literally sound, just very high frequency sound. So if you were a dog, it might hurt your ears, but the sound itself is not physically dangerous. You can feel the heat from your phone though, under your thumb on the screen. Yes, our phones are definitely subject to being heated by the electricity running through the battery. Basically, every electronic is going to radiate some of its energy in the form of heat. So that is something that I forgot to mention. There is a little heat energy coming off of your phone. But as long as it doesn't burn you, then it's okay. And you're right, dear Greg RG, sound is also measured in waves, but it's a vibration of a different medium. The electromagnetic spectrum is the vibration of electric charge and magnetic flux, and sound is a vibration of atoms, which in turn are made up of electric charge and magnetic flux. So you can have sound and light happening simultaneously, which is why we're able to hear and see at the same time. That nothing's ever too bright that you can't hear, or ever too loud that you can't see, even though maybe when you want to make that turn on the highway, you turn down your radio so that you can concentrate better. But literally speaking, it's not like loud music suddenly distorts your visual field and now you are unable to see, or vice versa. Not in a literal overlap of vibrational media. But you know, if you have a subwoofer that's really powerful, then you might see vibration in the air itself. So, dear Kev, you share, people don't need to hold their phone away from their head and yell into it. No. Unnecessary. What you have to worry about is being in the sun without sunscreen. And you should really never go into a tanning booth. That's so dangerous because it's pure ultraviolet radiation. If you like being tan, please use tanning lotion, even though it's not a real tan per se. Not the tanning lotion that makes you tan harder, but the one that actually dyes your skin. Even that's not totally healthy, but at the very least, please protect your body from ultraviolet radiation. Now the sun is important, dear Ray. Indeed. But as far as I know, the part of the sun's light that triggers vitamin D production is not the ultraviolet, but the heat energy you get from the sun, and just the spectrum of itself. Such is why psychologists can recommend sun lamps, which can psychologically trigger similar chemical rushes in your brain without actually having to be in the sun. And your sun lamp is definitely not going to give you a tan. Thankfully. No UV. Unless you get one off of wish.com, maybe. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the fest crown that you had sent. Yeah, the sun is a natural element, but it's also a deadly laser. Sun is a deadly laser. Yeah, sun is very important. It's good that we get sunlight and fresh air and go outside, but it's also dangerous in other ways. As we've been talking about, light comes in the form of a spectrum. And as such, the light coming from the sun has different levels of intensity all at once. So it's not that there's one frequency coming from the sun. There's many different frequencies that come from the sun simultaneously. There's red light and orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. As you can see, this is an actual spectrum of the sun's light emission. And as you can see, there's energy in parts that are lower than red that we can't see. And that's where all the heat energy is, for example. And there's energy higher than violet that we can't see either. It's what's above 700, 800, 900 that's dangerous. So sunscreen is to block off what's after that, after 700, etc., so that you don't get skin cancer. But all the good energy is below that, below 700 terahertz in the visible light spectrum, the nice warmth that you get from the sun. But too much of the warmth too can be dangerous. You can get sunstroke, and I've definitely got that before. Hello, dear Amanda. How are you? Dear Kev, you ask if we established a jazz music night yet. No, we haven't. What day of the week would be good for jazz? You are well, dear Amanda. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Maitreya, you ask, could you walk on sound? If it's really loud, would it be solid? That's a really interesting question. Sound itself is vibration, and that vibration can travel through air, and it can also travel through water. In fact, it travels even better through water. That's why, for example, if you put a microphone in the ocean, scientists can detect sounds from all over the world. And whales are able to hear very far distances. And sound travels really good through sounds from all over the world. And whales are able to hear very far distances. And sound travels really good through... As it appears, my connection is back. Do let me know so I can continue where we left off. We're back. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's a great experiment. Like a stethoscope, basically. The vibration is traveling through something solid. So if the vibration is traveling through something solid, you could definitely stand on that. But could you stand on air if the air itself was vibrating in a certain way? I don't know. Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I've seen scientists be able to trap a particle in between two sounds, so it's kind of floating in the middle. But the kind of energy that would be required to hold up a human being is a lot. It'd probably be so loud that it would cause physical disturbance in your body. So I'm not sure if I would recommend that. Could you also use sound to contain radioactive material? I think you could, but the problem with that would be that radiation travels through air. Radiation passes practically undisturbed by air. So what you really need is something really, really, really solid, like feet worth of lead, like a yard worth of lead. There's different kinds of radiation that come off of radioactive particles. We can explore that too. One of them is electromagnetic radiation, usually gamma, as we were talking about. But there's a whole other group of categories. Yeah, this is going to be my best attempt at drawing an atom. Not a very accurate atom, but one that gets the picture across. So you'll notice that there's a couple things going on. We've got a nucleus here made up of protons and neutrons, and we've got electrons that are quote-unquote orbiting the atom. So if you really vibrate an atom, if it's under a certain amount of stress, usually in the nucleus, because again, a nucleus is just made up of positive or neutral charges. So the force that's required to hold positive charges together at literally one of the shortest distances possible is immense. It's actually the strongest force in the universe that's keeping the protons together in a nucleus. But every now and then that strength is too much for the nucleus to carry. And so it needs to shed its energy, since there's just so much energy happening. And that can really happen in one of three ways. An electron can be ejected, which is not that dangerous. An electron is the lightest part of an atom. But it can travel pretty far. And it can eject an electron of another atom and cause it to be ionized, which is no good. But generally it won't travel that far. But the nucleus can undergo fission. And it can release, usually, for some reason, this is just, the atom finds the most release by releasing what's called an alpha particle, or basically helium without any electrons. It's 2 protons, 2 neutrons. And it's a lot heavier and it's a lot slower. And it can do a lot of damage, but it won't go that far. It can be stopped pretty easily. In fact, depending on the source, I think if you even just hold your your skin in front of an alpha particle source, the helium won't penetrate your skin. But the most dangerous kind of radiation is not an electron, which is called a beta particle, or helium nucleus, which is called an alpha particle. Not alpha, not beta, but gamma radiation, which is what we talked about before, the highest energy that the electromagnetic spectrum can vibrate. That's when the atom itself sends off just a vibration of pure radiation itself, and that's incredibly dangerous. And that will pass unimpeded through almost everything. Depending on how high energy the gamma radiation is, it could even pass through many yards worth of lead. Crazy. Not X-rays can't pass through lead, but gamma rays can. So basically, all the radioactive stuff. What is the symbol for radiation? It looks like this. You need to encase it in a lot of dense metal. Whatever the densest substance you can get your hand on is. Basically, if you're going to store it on Earth, you've got to surround it by as much of the densest metal that you can get your hands on, like lead. Or you could throw it into the sun. But that'd be very expensive. And very difficult. But yeah, the sun is the great garbage collector. You can just huck it into the sun. That's right, dear G2 Infinity. Gamma radiation can be used in cancer treatment. Because cancer itself is a damaged cell through faulty genetic coding, perhaps caused by gamma radiation. You can actually use the same gamma radiation to destroy the cell, to basically kill it, concentrate it like a laser. It's almost like fighting fire with fire, but in this case, it works. And it's very effective, but it is very dangerous in other ways. It's kind of a last resort. That's what we use when people are going through radiation treatment for cancer. That they're basically focusing something that a little bit could cause cancer, but a lot of it destroys cancer. It's like if you damage your cell a little bit, then it can start replicating and dividing and create a tumor. So you've damaged the genetic code, but it's still functional, just functioning how it's not supposed to. But if you just completely destroy the genetic code in that cell, then of course the tumor is not going to grow. But it's very advanced and very wonderful, but it's also very barbaric at an atomic level. So it is a last resort. So how much of a heavy metal do you need to encase a radioactive substance in order for it to be safe? You often wonder if they truck yellow cake from the mine through your community. Generally, we've come a long way in our understanding of radiation and its effect on people. And there's a lot of policy surrounding how exactly you should transport even just a little bit of a radioactive substance. It's not just about how much radiation is getting to you, but how long you are exposed. You could be exposed to a very high amount of radiation, but if it's only for a small amount of time, then it might not be enough to do any damage. So even if maybe there are trucks passing through your town and there isn't a lot of, they could be doing better in their safety protocols. If it's just driving past, it's probably no more radiation than eating a banana, which is naturally a little bit radioactive. Everything is naturally a little bit radioactive. We're constantly surrounded by radiation. And we have been for billions of years. The whole universe is filled with radiation. Constantly radiation coming from the sky, cosmic radiation. And so life is built to survive under a certain threshold. And I would imagine that the car driving past, even if it has radiation in it, it's way below that threshold. In fact, life is pretty tolerant to radiation, generally speaking. It's in really intense situations that you have to worry. Like if you're standing in front of a nuclear reactor that's melting down, or if you're in the sun for a long period of time without sunscreen, and or if you're in space like the astronauts are, those are the times where you have to worry. But generally, for everyday life, it's not something that you have to prioritize in your anxiety. So I hope to affirm you in that regard. Thank you for liking the live, dear Anna. So all of this is to hopefully calm some anxiety surrounding these topics. That if you go by the science, there's not a lot you have to worry about. There are plenty of other things that are certainly more important to prioritize for your health. And I wouldn't want anyone to be unnecessarily worried about this kind of thing. And I'm sorry, dear Sovereign, I hadn't been reading your messages out loud. I'm trying to find a balance between, a spiritual perspective and a scientific perspective. And when it comes to these sorts of things, I tend to prefer a scientific perspective. I know there's a lot of truth behind how we could see these things from a more spiritual perspective, but I think until the science catches up to that it would unnecessarily cause a lot of anxiety in many people. So I don't want to echo anything that might be potentially harmful without the science backing it up. But from a spiritual perspective, dear Mama JJ, you ask, is our chi or our ki some sort of electromagnetic wave too? That's a wonderful question. And I think there's a lot of analogies that we can find between a sort of spiritual force or flow of energy and traditional flows and forces of energy, like in electromagnetism. But no, chi or ki is a flow of something even subtler than anything material. Not any material energy, but the flow of awareness itself. For example, when you feel a ripple up your spine, a flow of sensation, or even as a poet is reading from their poem, there's a kind of flow of bringing your attention from one place to another. And that is prana, or ki, or chi. Thank you, dear JM, for your galaxy. That's very kind. And I'm so grateful that our paths, our journeys have crossed paths in the way that it has, and may you have a lovely time wherever you are in this moment. Om Mani Padme Hum. That's a mantra that means the jewel at the center of the lotus. And thank you, Empathika, for the likes on the live that you gave. Never expected, but always appreciated. Dear Donsuela, you share the space is so fun because we can talk about philosophy, math, science, or spirituality. I'm so happy you see room to discuss all of these things in tandem. Much love, dear Madeleines. Thank you, dear Whiskey Beads. Much love, dear J.M. Clark. Billy, you share that you can call me Liam with a Y, the science guy. Liam with the Y, the science guy. Liam with the Y, Liam with the Y, Liam with the Y, Liam with the Y. I'm not sure if it flows as well as Bill, but it rhymes. Dear JD, you had asked, what's my favorite Hertz frequency? Oh, I'll tell you. Hertz is a unit, just like seconds, just like meters, just like pounds. It's a unit that expresses cycles. Specifically, 1 hertz is equal to 1 cycle of something, depending on what you're measuring, per 1 second. It can be used to measure sound, it can be used to measure light, it can be used to measure how fast the wheel on your car is revolving. You can convert between rotations per minute and cycles per second. It's a very human measurement because 1 second is still meaningful for us on Earth, but in the rest of the universe it's a little arbitrary, because a universe, our world has a day, and a day is something that we'll just assume we know what it is. And a second is a 24th of a 60th of a 60th of a day. So it can be a bit of a mystery, what the exact significance of a 24 of a 60th of a 60th is. And of course, a day, a day depends on what planet you're on. So it's a very human measurement. But it is a unit of measurement. One of my favorite facts is that there is a maximum frequency. It's called the Planck frequency, and I believe it's given the symbol FP, and it's ridiculous. It's like trillions of trillions of trillions of cycles per second. And it's a fun fact that no matter what exists in the universe, it can never happen faster than the Planck frequency. And it's equal to 1 cycle per 1 Planck time, and I believe a Planck time is given by the symbol T sub p. What a Planck time is the time it takes for light to travel the smallest possible distance, which is 1 Planck length, which is given the symbol L sub p. And what the Planck length is the smallest possible distance that a black hole can have from its center to its event horizon. Black holes can't be smaller than a Planck length. They become something else after that point. What you want to call it is up to you, I guess, but it's no longer a black hole because the singularity and the event horizon touch at that length. So the Planck frequency is probably my favorite frequency. It's the highest frequency in the universe. But a fun fact is that if you turn down the Planck frequency something like 138 octaves, just like the notes on the piano have octaves, and every octave is kind of the same feeling, just higher or lower. Like middle C is going to sound basically the same as the next C, etc. If you turn down the octaves of the Planck frequency, once you get into the visible light spectrum, then it's almost exactly an octave of the color red. So the highest frequency in the universe is an octave of the color red, and I think that's really neat. It's a very deep color, isn't it? And if you keep turning down that frequency, I think it's eventually a note that's just a little flatter than A. It's not exactly A flat, it's not perfect, because I think it's like 425 approximately hertz is the octave of the Planck frequency that's near to the note A. It's closest to the note A, which is generally tuned at 440 hertz. And I find that really neat, that perhaps the most basic color, red, and the most basic note, A, is an octave of perhaps the most fundamental frequency in the universe, which is the Planck frequency. So it's almost like humans are just intuitive in the sense that we know that red is somehow important and that we should start our musical notes around what we call A, even though there is variation in what we call red. What we can agree on is red, and what we can agree on is the note A. So that would be my favorite frequency. Thank you, dear J.M. Clark, for the choral that you sent. Om Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya. That's a mantra to balance the masculine and the feminine, and for their harmonized energy together. Thank you, dear Tan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. I'm happy some of you found that neat. Dear Darlene, you asked if I could make a video on the Planck frequency. You'd like to listen to that explanation again. Well, I always upload the recording of these live streams. So if you're interested in seeing that, do check out the place that I upload these, which is on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Dear Billy, you ask, what do I think about the Western colorization of the chakras? I'm happy that you know that there's a difference between the Western colorization of the chakras and the East. Indeed, there are different coloring systems for the chakras. Most of us know the rainbow, which is the most simple, with red in our root and violet up at our third eye or crown, and the rainbow spanning in between them. But if we go by, the original sources that come from the East, it's a lot more nuanced. The root is indeed red, but the sacral is not just orange, but can have a bunch of different colors. And the solar plexus can be green, not just yellow. And its green aura contains the heart, which is blue. Even though we normally associate the heart chakra with green. But they say that's because it's actually hidden in the green aura of the solar plexus chakra. So there are nuances to that. There's many different colors of the different lotus leaves of the chakras, and they may have different surrounding colors in their auras versus their centers, for example. You missed that, shares Darlene. That's okay. I'm always happy to repeat myself. You can find all of my recordings on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. I can bring that up on screen in case you just want to take a screenshot of that. Maybe that's easiest for you. I don't know. There it is on screen. That's the name of the YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, and you could see I've uploaded thousands of videos here of all the things that we do, and not just the live streams, but also the little things that we do in them. They have their own playlists and stuff. For example, let's say you wanted to catch up on one of the readings that we're doing. For example, right now we're reading through Moksha, Liberation. You can navigate to that playlist and you can just listen to the reading. And I never put any ads on the videos. And you can also notice that in the description, I always add a chapter system. Oh, I zoomed in. You can see that there's timestamps to everything that we discuss. So for example, if you liked that we were talking about the Planck frequency and stuff, I am sure that when I upload the recording of this, you'll see in the chapters, there might be a little timestamp that tells you when we were talking about that, etc. And that's all available for free. Just in case you wanted to get anything more out of these streams, I offer that to you. And thank you, Pure Pathetic, for your heart me and your rose. But know that you are anything but pathetic. Good night, dear Matt. Dear Maitreya, you ask, could people vibe really high on the vibration graph if they have really high siddhi? I wonder if we can measure such a thing. As far as I know, the kind of vibration that exists in your mind, not something that we really even know how to begin to measure yet. But who knows? Maybe one day it'll be possible to gauge the vibrations of a person in a spiritual sense using scientific instruments. But at the moment right now, to me, it's a bit of a metaphor that we're drawing from our experience of vibrations in the world. Because our true nature is absolutely still. That's what they say, isn't it? That pure consciousness, your highest self, is absolutely still and centered. So what vibration of that? It's vibrating so high that it's become absolutely still. Now that's a high vibration. Now, although I do agree, dear Echo, that I require some humbling, I do ask that we all turn to our own experiences and find humility within them, as it's only the duty of the divine, of the universe, to humble us, and not our duty to humble each other. Our only responsibility is to become humble ourselves, and if that becomes a role model-like quality for others, then maybe that can affect the humility of those around us. But when it comes to the faults and the virtues of everyone, it befits us to look for the faults within ourselves and look for the virtues within each other. But this is a decision that I can only make myself. Thank you, dear Anna, for your ice cream cone. Om Kring Kali Kai Namaha. Does that mean it's red? Asks dear Mama JJ. Maybe indeed. I like your connection. Dear Amanda, you would like to know if I think that embarrassment is just a state of mind or a choice, a matter of willpower. I think it's a little bit of all of those things at the same time. Absolutely, embarrassment occurs in the mind. And I don't think we necessarily choose to be embarrassed, though. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a choice. Scratch that. When I look at my experience, all the times I've been embarrassed, I never chose to be embarrassed. But I can choose not to be embarrassed. We don't choose to be embarrassed, but we can choose to not be embarrassed. Because at any moment we can shift our sense of self to include something that is greater than whatever is feeling humiliated, for example, at that moment. We can usher in love and acceptance and not take ourselves too seriously. Give ourselves a little chuckle. Ah, it's okay, you know. Well, let me put it like this. There are choices we can make to help dissolve embarrassment when it arises, or work with it rather than against it. And that is where we have an ability like mind over matter, but in this case, intellect over mind. Thank you for the follow, dear Chelsea. And hello, smiley face. Oh, is my phone vibrating? Speaking of vibrations, allow me to shut it off. That tells me that it's time for me to start thinking about how we're going to end the live in a little bit. That's okay, dear Mama JJ. Hello, dear Ren Fox. I am well, thank you for asking. How are you? Thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Blue Lily, you ask if I would mind talking about how I found or chose this path. Well, I guess I have to answer the question, what is the path that I'm on? I don't know. All I know is that of the times that I was experiencing anxiety and heartbreak and feeling sad, that all my experience informed me that I don't want to live negative anymore. I want to think positively. I want to embrace the fact that there's suffering in the world and do my best to help resolve that, knowing that I have limitations and that my best is enough, and that we all have the ability to change our mind just one thought at a time. You know, that's a little bit about my path, and I guess I know what it's like to not be happy. And in that, I knew the value of all the things that can help usher in happiness. And to me, those things are the most important in life. To bring about peace and serenity within ourselves and the world around us. And you can't expect a world to become peaceful before the people in the world become peaceful. And that starts with us. And thank you, dear Starlight, wow, for your tiny, tiny toe. Yahoo! Dear Kev, you ask, so how do brain scans work? Vibrations? Well, there are many different kinds of brain scans, but yeah, they all leverage different kinds of vibrations. Some even leverage antimatter. PET scans, positron emission tomography, I think is what the T stands for. Positron is an example of antimatter. Not actually science fiction, but genuine science. But brain scans can only measure what's happening in the brain and not the mind. It would be like trying to take an X-ray of a computer and figuring out what program it was running. It'd be very difficult to take an X-ray of the hard drive and the CPU and the RAM sticks and the circuitry, and just by looking at, figure out what software was running on it. And that's like the difference between our mind and our brain. That our brain is running the software of our mind, but they're distinct from each other. Thank you, dear the Raging Light, for your 6 fest bursts. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Dear Maitreya, you ask, am I still doing the show and tell thing? I am, but there hasn't been any new submissions in a while. So allow me to remind everyone that if there's anything that you ever wanted to share from your heart here and have the space in order to do so, there's a show and tell submission form in the link tree in my bio, where you can put PDFs, image files, videos, audio files. And I'd love to be able to share something important to you. Even if it's just a picture of a sunset that touched your heart. Oh, you're very welcome, dear Amanda. You had some positron emission tomography when you were a kid, dear G2 Infinity. Well, that you're so cool that you've literally had antimatter in your veins. Technically, we all do. There's a little bit amount of antimatter all around us all the time. But you had antimatter coursing through your veins. Dear Pleasant Moon, you are welcome to guide what we're chatting about. Nothing in particular. Do I still have the stuff you shared, dear Maitreya? Yes, I was very grateful to hear some of the songs that you shared. And we got to listen to a couple of them. So thank you for that. Amanda, may you ask, you may always ask, but I appreciate your politeness, how to cope with someone in our life that is an addict and how to best help. Well, we can't change the addiction. That's always the first thing to know and keep in mind. You didn't cause it, and you can't stop it. That's always up to the person themselves. All we can do is help make that space for them to grow into more comfortable, which means that we refrain from judgment, means that we try to understand what they're going through and why they choose to pursue an unhealthy way of managing their experience. If there's anything that they want to talk about that is currently being repressed through the use of the substance, offer space, offer an ear. And if there's support groups that they can attend to, maybe you can go with them there. You know, maybe they need someone to go with them so they don't feel so alone in the process. If you have a large sum of money just in your mattress, you know, there are some programs that cost money and maybe you could help fund, but I know that that's usually not the case for most people. Unless you are feeling like being a sponsor. But yeah, we can offer help, but if they choose to take that help and how much of that help they're ready to accept, that's always their choice. And you can't take it on all at once. I have a little diagram in mind. And it's not physics this time. So, here's you. Here is your beautiful hair. And I know I'm an artist. There's your beautiful eyes and a smile, and here's someone that's having a hard time. Maybe they've got a mohawk, I don't know. Or it's that guy from Guardians of the Galaxy. Maybe what they've gone through is something really sad. You know, there's a lot of tears. There's a lot of heartbreak. Just a lot of negativity in general. Maybe there's anger. All of that's going on for them. And I'm sure you've got your own stuff going on too. Holding space means that you allow yourself to just witness, listen a little bit of what they're going through so that they don't have to alone, so that you're helping uplift all of these things so that not all of the weight is on their shoulders. But that should never be at the sacrifice of your ability to hold space for things like love and gratitude and all of the things that are going well in your life. And the reason that's so important is because all of that good energy that you continue to hold space for in your own life is what's going to be able to flow all through all the things that they're going through. So in order to really be of help, you have to continue to hold space for all the goodness in your life too. And that way all the goodness can flow into everything that they're going through. Because if you just hold space for only what they're going through, if that's all you're holding space for, all that negativity, then how is your positivity going to interact with all of that? So you have to make room for yourself and them. There, I hope that little diagram was helpful. I like these little diagrams. Thank you, Pure Pathetic, for your 5-finger hearts. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Now, we're gonna have to come up with a new name for you, Pure Pathetic. Pure Possibility. I knight you. You shall now be known as Pure Possibility. Pure Potential. Good morning, dear date. What was all that about Hertz, you were wondering, dear Gregor G? You missed that when your phone died. Your phone's always dying. My goodness. The amount of past lives your phone has. We were talking about my favorite frequency, and that is the Planck frequency, the highest frequency. Dear Pleasant Moon, you share you tried, but he kept knocking at your door and you wanted to give him space. What does he want? Well, it depends who you're talking to or who you're talking about. If it's God, let him in. If it's someone who's going through a hard time, then you don't have to let him in if he's unable to respect your boundaries, for example. Because you really can't be of help if there isn't a consent that flows both ways. Even if you are capable of helping, you won't be of much help if they take advantage of that help, for example. Dear Dino Nuggies, you had asked, can you go to the bathroom, please? That's so sweet. Yeah, I'm that cool college professor that'll tell you you can leave at any time. In case you need to hear it. No one is ever expected to be here. I don't take attendance. Nor is this a classroom. I'm just a fellow student at the end of the day. Nice to meet you, dear Respect. Dear Candle, Syringe, Candle, Sorrowful Wounds. You ask what to do when struggling with issues pertaining to Gestalt. Oh, wow. Well, Gestalt is a psychologist, if I remember. If I remember a previous girlfriend of mine telling me about Gestalt. This is my proof that I was listening. Gestalt psychology is a form of psychology where you look at the whole first rather than the parts. It's basically the psychology that says that the sum is bigger than, or the whole is bigger than the sum, or what is it? It's that the whole is bigger than the sum of the parts. Well, assuming I'm understanding, what about that would you like help with? If you need help studying, don't ask me. But if you need help applying that to some aspect of your life, I'd be happy to explore that idea with you. Dear Melissa, you had asked, what are my thoughts on duality, and how do you escape the extremes of polarities that exist? You try to see where they're coming from. That there's something about the negative that in other ways is positive. And there are things about the positive that have limitations too, and we should be aware of that as well. Everyone has their perspective, and everyone is valid in the context of their life. Everyone makes sense in the context of the life that they lived. The question is, do we have enough room to hold space for what could have been a part of their life in order for us to include them in something that makes sense? Are we going to try to fit everything into our worldview, or are we going to expand our worldview so that it fits everything? Thank you for the follow, dear Mimi. Dear Sorrowful Wounds. Oh, that's okay. I'm always happy to follow up. You mean help in the sense pertaining to the gestalt of perceiving the inverse, essentially. So you want to figure out, you want to go from the whole to the parts. You have this big experience, and then you wanna dissect your experience. Is that it? Or you add getting stuck on individual threads of the blanket, so to speak, as opposed to viewing things as a whole. I see. You want to get to the whole. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I can imagine that there's a bunch of reasons why you would ask this. When we feel trapped in just a little part of our experience, when there's just so much more. Zooming out. Maybe it helps to put it like this. That the reason you feel like you're stuck at a little part is because you feel like there's still something that you haven't yet discovered there. There's something about that experience that you're still learning to process. And so you're concentrated on this one part, but you've also begun to realize that too much focus on anything in particular can take away from other parts of your life. And so you feel stuck because on one hand, there's something important that you have to discover in this experience. Something important that plays a role in the whole of your experience. But at the same time, the more you feel that you need to focus on this one part, the less you're giving attention to other parts of your experience. Do I understand? Is that right? That's how you're feeling? Quite close. So the part of that was close, the next step, in my opinion, would be that you recognize and you put faith in the fact that maybe what you need to discover from that experience, you'll get the tools to do that from other parts of your experience. So you need to put it aside for now so that you're able to come back later with tools and instruments from outside of that experience in order to be able to fully process that at another time. Like if you've experienced some trauma, for example, the fact that it was traumatizing in the moment means that the only thing we could do is repress some part of ourself or it, and hopefully come back later now that we have a greater toolkit. So whatever we have gone through, even if at the time we didn't have the awareness to be able to find the value in it and go from there, that we can return when we're ready. You shared that you're more so referencing the linear flow of time and how one subconsciously has a myriad of layers constantly acting upon them. You're very right. So many different factors play a role in everything we do, and it can certainly be overwhelming. How about this then? That you don't have to figure it all out in order to be yourself. That you're in the process of learning how all of that is orchestrated, and that's exactly where you're meant to be. You're allowed to be here without figuring out how it all works. And the more that you allow yourself some leeway to not know, the greater capacity you will have to know as time unfolds. The human mind is certainly fascinating and very complex, but life doesn't have to be complicated just because it's made up of things that are. And isn't that the essence of Gestalt? That the whole may be simpler than the sum of the complexity of the parts. Even though you've got this incredibly intricate system, from the physical to the mental to the spiritual, that whether you are able to make the most out of that complexity matters only on the account of very simple factors of your life. Like, are you willing to allow yourself that you made a mistake today and that tomorrow you'll be able to learn from it? Are you empowering validation from within? Are you in the process of continuing to get better every day? You know, simple little things like this are enough to run this wonderful machine. Hello, dear Mirna. And you mentioned that there was something happening in the world not so far from you. I seem to be missing a comment, but you are safe. Well, that is what matters. But it breaks your heart to see and live the destruction 10 kilometers away. It is very heartbreaking. Drones and F-35s in the skies. Yeah. I really like what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about that kind of warfare, that it's very cowardly. I can't remember the exact quote that he was quoting, so I'm doubly paraphrasing. But someone had said that the moment that the bow and arrow became invented, that it became a coward's battle. Because the moment that I can hurt you without even being face to face means that I don't even have the courage to deal with this directly with you, and that I would rather just have you be hurt or killed in some way without even going near. And ever since then, that the arms race has been who can win the most battles from further away. You know, after the bow was made, then the crossbow, and bombs and guns and missiles and rockets and now drones and all the stuff. And it's so cowardly that people choose to fight from so far away from each other that they don't even get to see the damage up front that they're doing. That's not fair. I really empathize with the heartbreak that is so near to you. And I pray that we all can do our part to make a world that's not just peaceful, but as you said, just. And just having the courage to be aware of the suffering in the world is the first step. That we're not trying to hide it, we're not trying to ignore it. That we bring awareness, attention. But again, just like we were talking about with dear Amanda earlier, we also have to hold space for all the good things in our life too. That way all the goodness that's within us can flow to all the negativity around us too. Because the true loss, you truly lose yourself when that conflict enters your heart. When it's able to take away your inner peace, then nobody wins. So one of the things that you can do to stand up to injustice is not let it get the best of you. Because what we're looking at is a bunch of people whom let the world get the best of them, and now they're trying to exert control over it, over what they feel they had lost. So if we want to ensure a world that has more people in it that don't take things personally and continue to love without any limitations, then the best thing we can do is continue to remain positive, because the world needs that faith right now. And thank you, Avant-Garde, for your quintet of roses and hand hearts. Om Kham Jahnavayai Namaha. Goodbye, dear. Sorry, I have to keep clicking your name. Sorrowful Wounds, thank you for being here. Dear Canadian Canuck, can you ask about Nanak Guru? Is he Punjabi? Yes, he is. He was born in the part of India called Punjab, which comes from the Sanskrit Panchap, which literally means 5 waters, because 5 sacred rivers flowed through that area of the land. So Panchap became Punjab. Guru Nanak was born in that very sacred place of the country. Hello, dear Moch. Nice to see you again. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And dear, dear Mama JJ, you shared that you saw a documentary called The Last Dalai Lama, and a monk said, if he hates his enemy, he loses his soul. That's so profound, isn't it? Really, our enemies exist within, but we project that battle onto others. And sometimes we have to fight because we have a responsibility to protect things too. So if we are going to fight, we should at least do it as humanely as possible. By recognizing that we are not dealing with monsters. We are dealing with human beings. They share a beingness with all of us. We might have different human bodies, but the same being that we share. And our fight is not with that being, because that is us. If you fight the being, you're fighting yourself. What we have to fight is not the person, but their own battle that they're projecting on us. And we have to try to resolve it in such a way that minimizes the amount of suffering. Because no one deserves to be affected by war and conflict. And in any way in which we can increase support for mental health awareness, for de-escalation, therapy, all of these things can help prevent future conflict. And if we can imbibe the lessons of humility and accountability, then we become a role model for what we want to see in the world. Thank you, Renvox, for your rose. Sadhyo jatam prapadyami sadhyo jataya vai namo namaha bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasva mam bhavodbhavaya namaha. You are doing good, Mo. I'm happy to hear that. How was the new book, Moksha? Oh, thank you for asking. I really like it so far. Have you been listening to it? And if so, have you been liking it? Yes. Please pray for your friends and all those affected by war, shares dear Renvox. There is another way. There is another way. That is kind of the mantra that should be realized in the hearts of everyone who is fighting. There is another way. That we don't have to resolve our differences by eliminating them. And you could never do that. Whatever you try to remove from the world just pops up somewhere else. Whatever you try to repress or suppress, always going to be there. It's a fool's errand to try to remove any part of the world. Therefore, if there's something in it that we don't like, we have to find another way. And there is another way. There always is. Dear Amanda, you ask, why do you feel others' emotions and pain so much, leading people to take advantage of you and your kindness, leaving you burnt out? What you go through is something that so many of us go through. I think practically everyone here knows what that's like. Well, you're deeply sensitive, and that's a beautiful thing. You just have yet to learn how to embrace the gift of your sensitivity and learn the lessons required to manage that in a healthy way. And that's possible, for sure. This is not a burden you have to carry for the rest of your life. The price you have to pay is not something you deal with permanently. But right now there's a lesson that keeps popping up in your life. And the moment the lesson is learned, I guarantee no one will take advantage of your kindness again. So when you put it like that, don't be discouraged by something that you're doing wrong or something that's out of your control. There's something that we can do. We have to maintain our curiosity, continue to reflect on our experiences. What is it that isn't yet clicking? And once that clicks, you will be peaceful. To me, one of the biggest missing pieces of that puzzle for a lot of people is that true kindness is not one that lets people take advantage of. Actually, the kind thing to do is to stand up for yourself. Because for one, it shows the people in your life that they deserve to stand up for themselves too. Isn't it so? There's a lot of people that are in abusive relationship and have children, and just because, they want there to be peace in the household, they just accept the abuse. But the problem with that is that it teaches their children to do so. And I guarantee that that same parent that's facing the abuse would want their child to stand up for abuse if ever they were in an abusive relationship. But the child can only learn that when the parent embodies that. So for the mother to stand up for herself, for example, is to teach the child how to stand up for themselves. It can't happen just through the imparting of theoretical knowledge. You can't just tell your child, I would like for you to do this, even though that I'm not, because then we're not living the teaching ourselves. We're not walking the talk, and children learn by example. So in the same way in your life, all the people that look up to you, and believe me, I believe there are, you tell the people in your life how important it is to stand up for themselves by standing up for yourself. Isn't that a kind thing to do for them? Yeah. Also, it's not fair even for the person that's taking advantage of you, because you're inherently teaching them that this is how, that's a healthy thing to do by not setting boundaries. So by taking their abuse in some sense, you are continuing their insecurity, because you're allowing them to feed that insecurity in an unhealthy way. So just being kind in the sense that you allow them to cross your boundaries isn't actually kind. Because in the long term, you're not setting a good role model for the people that look up to you. You're not taking care of your body, your mind, and you're not setting the other person up to succeed either. And so across all three accounts, other people, yourself, and the person, the kind thing to do is always set boundaries. So in a very provocative sense, you could say kindness can never be taken advantage of, because the moment you allow it to be taken advantage of, it's no longer kindness. Or to put that in the positive spin, that the kind thing to do is to be a role model, protect yourself, and give the other person space to discover what they need to, not depending unhealthily on you. Another piece of the puzzle is that the kindness is coming from your higher self. Rather than feeling like I'm the one that has to be kind, it's about allowing kindness to flow through you. And so that means it comes from a source that doesn't drain you. If you believe that you're the one which is creating the goodness, then that comes from our storehouse of energy. But if we allow that goodness to flow through us rather than from us, then it becomes an effortless process. Then you're drawing from the whole universe, the infinite storehouse of the source, rather than your own limited body or mind. And it's completely understandable that makes you want to shut everyone out sometimes. Sometimes you need to take time for yourself, as dear G2 Infinity shares. Genuine giving has to come from your cup already being full. And most of us know this already. The tricky part is just remembering it in the moment. Maybe a good meditation for you is to reflect on your values each morning. Before you get out of bed, you can sit at the end of your bed and you can affirm what you want to see in yourself today. Thank you, dear Renfox, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Orla, you ask, what does the practice of drawing kindness from the universe look like? I love that question. Thank you for such a practical question. Yeah, it means that it's basically humility. That if someone thanks us for something good that we do, we say no problem, because it just came from the universe, you know, and we're actually grateful for the opportunity rather than feeling like we have to. From our perspective, we see the opportunity to be kind not as our solemn duty, but rather as a gift from the universe, because how wonderful it feels to be a part of something so meaningful. So the difference would be, let's say you're walking down the street and someone has fallen and they hurt themselves, and you look around and you go, how dare no one else help? All right, I guess I've got to do this. And so you help them up, and the person says thank you, and you go, you're welcome, and you go on your day and you go, that was a good thing for me to do, glad I did that. You feel proud of yourself kind of way. That would be drawing. That's a kind of extreme example. Someone who's drawing from themselves, feeling like they're the ones that has to help. But yeah, it's a reframing, dear Orla. It's funny, December. Can you draw tacos from the universe? Well, the universe will definitely provide you with all the materials you need to make tacos. what it would look like if you're drawing aren't helping, you think, oh my goodness, here's an opportunity for me to help someone. I'm so grateful that, you know, the universe directed me here now. And you go, oh my goodness, don't thank me, you know? I'm not thinking about what I just did, I'm thinking about you. How are you? You know, is there anything else I can help with? Yeah, you know, how did you fall? You consider it, and then you go on your way eventually, and you're just grateful that you had a chance to help that day. You know, thank you, universe, for reminding me that even if I'm having a hard day, even if I feel like I'm rock bottom, there's still things that I can help with, still graces that I have, like an able body, for example. So in the second example, you leave the situation energized. Rather than being drained, you even have even more energy. You're like, wow, it fills you with joy. Rather than feel like some of that joy has been spent. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, dear Orla, for your fast burst. Thank you, dear Orla. Om Namah Shivaya. And hello, dear Deanna. Thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. It's always the little things, dear Amanda, that help. Dear Mo, you share, you're a vegetarian, but people get offended when you state that you are. Such a weird interaction. Unfortunately, there's a lot of self-conscious philosophy surrounding our food and cultures that are hard to break in tradition. And our diet is related to a lot of stigmatization and body shaming, etc. And I was recently watching something that actually saddened me but opened my mind. I was watching this time lapse of the United States. It was a map in all of the different states. And it was a timeline of the most commonly searched or the most frequently searched internet search on a given day in each state. And it's a really interesting video if you find it. And so when the Olympics were happening, you can see a wave across the United States that in almost every state for the few weeks that the Olympics are on, you know, the number one search is Olympics or a certain Olympian when they won a gold medal or whatever. And you see all the different trends arise in different parts of the country. But something I hadn't considered is just how much people are spending time considering their diet. Almost every few days, the most frequent search in one state or even the whole country is a new diet trend. And there's so many different names of the diets, I can't remember them all. But that was real news to me, that so much of our internet searches for years is like on the latest diet, etc. So clearly, all of that change of people changing their diets and bringing their awareness to all the different kinds of fads and celebrity food habits, etc. I think it creates a deep sensitivity in a lot of people, and it's a tender area. And so now whenever another person is eating some way that we reflect on how we're eating. And that's why whenever I bring up vegetarianism in this live stream, I try to do so with, absolute awareness for all of the, the body shame, the trauma surrounding their eating habits, their culture, etc. I recognize that all of our bodies are different, and even though there's a lot of good things I have to say about being vegetarian, as I am, I never want anyone to feel shamed for the way that they eat, because I know that that's not the way to change anyone. That we can't change anyone, but we're definitely going to have a hard time if we try to shame someone for something that they're doing. When I look at my own experience, for example, vegetarianism didn't come from someone telling me that they were vegetarian and that I should be. I bet most people, if they are vegetarian, it was a natural thing for them, just like for me. When I was ready, it happened. My body said, you know what, I'm craving this instead of meat today. And slowly that change took over me without anyone getting upset at me or telling me that I should eat like that or not. And I don't believe I'm special in that way. I believe that it's a natural process that happens for everyone, and everyone has their own dietary needs, and their bodies are different. And I think if we can introduce the concept with these things in mind, we'll be faced with a lot less resistance, for example. Thank you, dear Michael, for your heart meet, and Rose and team cheers. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. That's such a concise way of putting it, dear Mama JJ. When shame starts, learning stops. Dear Mopkin, you ask, why do any religious beliefs not matter? Well, I'm wondering in what context you mean that question. There are many different religions around the world, and many different belief systems, and everyone has their own way at looking at the world. But no perspective by itself gives us a complete picture. And every perspective has its value too, and therefore all perspectives matter when the context is appropriate to see from that side. But there's more than one side to each conversation, and it's important that we see the value in all the sides. Dear December, you ask, do I ever fast? Actually, I've never gone multiple days without fasting, but ever since I was young, I found it best to go for a big part of my day without eating. Over the past few months, I've pretty much fasted from morning to from sunrise to sunset, which isn't totally honest when I put it like that, because I wake up long after sunrise. I'm pretty close to sunset. I'm very much a night owl at this moment. So when I say that my first meal is at like 10 p.m, it's also because I may have gotten out of bed that day at 4 p.m. But still, it's a good few hours after I wake up until my first meal. And I find that works well for me. Dear Deanna, you share that 2 of your 4 children are vegan. Well, I love how that implies that your children are given a choice, and that's so important. Yeah, that's so true, dear Amanda. You've discovered that you can't change people, they change themselves, and what matters is what you believe. And if we look at our own experience, all the times that we made a big life decision, it was from an understanding that was created from within. And there's always going to be people that help facilitate that understanding. But at the end of the day, it's always our choice to change. Dear Ali Swooth, you ask, where in the world am I from? Well, nowhere in the world, ultimately. We're all from the great beyond, here to play our little play on Earth for the meantime. But this body, I'm on loan from Mother Nature in Canada. Yeah, always a good reminder, dear Lanny. You can't should anyone. Everyone makes their own choices. Dear Mopkin, you share that you have conditioning from family to believe in a faith and feeling obligated as well, but it doesn't align. If it doesn't align, it doesn't align. A faith isn't it's not a yes or no. It's not a multiple choice test where that there's one right answer. It's more like a written essay. That there is no one set of words that every student must write, and if you get the essay exactly according to the teacher's imagination, then you pass the test. That's in contrast. Sorry, I was missing that word there. That's in contrast to a multiple choice test, where in a multiple choice test, there is only one set of answers that'll get you to 100%. But for something more creative, rather than purely logical, there's a whole spectrum of essays that you could write. There's practically infinite ways of writing an essay that would pass the exam. So many people look at faith like a multiple choice test, that there's only one good option and the rest won't get you your grade. But I look at it more creatively, like there are many ways to be faithful. There are many ways to pass the test, no one way in particular. Maybe the one way that your parents or family practice isn't the way that you find faith. And that's okay, because you don't have to write the same essay that they're writing. In fact, it's encouraged that we all find a unique way. So if you explore the method of expressing that deepness within your heart in another way, then I encourage you to explore that. I'm happy to hear that, dear Deanna. Mo, you ask, what do I think about Pluto and Aquarius transition? It was all over your feed. All you know is you had a beautiful dream that time. Well, Pluto is the farthest considered celestial object in astrology. And generally, the farther you go from the sun, the longer it takes to orbit. Did you know that from the time that Pluto was discovered to the time that it was no longer considered a planet, many decades passed, and yet it didn't even reach one revolution around the sun? Didn't even complete one trip as a discovered and identified planet? It's very sad. So the Pluto moves very slowly. So whenever it's going to transition from one constellation to another, that happens. Not every day, that's for sure. Not exactly sure what the math turns out to be. It'd be very easy to calculate. You just take a 12th of a year on Pluto, which is, according to the internet, 248 years it takes Pluto to travel all around the solar system, which means that it goes into a new constellation once every 20.66 repeating years. So it's an event that is not so common. The next time that'll happen is another 20 years. I think it makes sense that it blows up in our media. We won't get another chance to celebrate Pluto transitioning through another constellation for another 20 years. Dear Lanny, you ask, was my area affected by the storm? I don't know. I haven't been out of my house. And probably a little too long. Which is not good. I should go outside soon. But you know what? We were really blessed. I was looking at the outage map. So many outages around the city and surrounding cities. Practically everyone was without power for some time. And there was this double overlap of outages where I live, that my house was in the middle of this overlap between two severe outages. And somehow we were the only house, not just in the street, but seemingly in the community, that never had a single outage. It was so weird. Looking out at the street, every other house has its power off. Here I am cooking something in the microwave, doing live streams that didn't cut out. That's a blessing. I don't know what to make of that, other than the universe said that these sanghas are too important to be cut out. So while everyone else was facing some power outages, we've been live streaming the whole time. And I'm blessed for that. That's definitely the divine. And prayed with your prayers, because I know many of you are praying for the storm here. But I pray for all those around me who were affected. I was thinking maybe we'd have to run an extension cord from our house to everyone else. It's like just this house is on its own grid. But yeah, the storms we get here are not that intense. Storms are basically your average windy day in pretty much any other place in the world. So I'm very privileged for that. So no worries. Dear Billy, you shared, be so cool if I did a backyard Sangha after the first snowstorm of the season. We'll see if we have the one this year. We don't always get snow where I live. If we do, it's usually in February. And then it's just for a day or two, and then that's it. And I miss snow, actually. I grew up in a place that had a lot of snow. Calgary, Alberta. And that's about what you'd expect in Canada. When it's winter, it's snowy for months. And you don't see the grass for a long time. And then when you do see plants again, you're like, oh my goodness, they're alive. Calgary has a lot of snow right now. It doesn't surprise me. It's so cold, yeah. But I do miss being able to make forts and snowmen. It's always a good time. And hello, dear Miss Shelley. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Thank you for your Radhes, dear Angel Appleseed. Hello. Dear Lanny, you share you just want to find a hot island somewhere and never leave. Understandable. But then, where will be Lanny, who is a source of so much warmth for the people in the cold places around you now? That the people in such a cold place where you live deserve your warmth. And sledding is such a pure joy. I forgot about that, dear Orla, yeah. Or as we say in Canada, tobogganing. Dear Philoslamp, you ask, how did my journey start with inner knowledge? By going within. It's funny. It's such a simple answer to an otherwise simple question. You know, if we're thinking about the answer to this question that includes anything external, well then it's not inner, it's outer. So what is the source of inner knowledge? Well, nothing that can be answered in terms of our experiences without. But our circumstances can be so dire for so long that at some point we have no choice but to go within. If you experience suffering for a prolonged amount of time in the world, then it's only a matter of time before you discover that part within you that is untouched by the suffering. Dear Billy, you ask, is it okay to go through life never feeling like a full adult? You think it's your autism? Well, being in a body that's older than mine, you should tell me, yes, that it's okay. I say yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I don't get it. I don't get the people that say they don't feel like a child anymore. That once they turned 18 or whatever, that now they're an adult, this is who they are. When I turned 18, nothing happened, let me tell you. You know, I was waiting for some dramatic change in my identity to take place. And then I turned 19, and then I turned 20, 21, 22, now 23. And now I've got a little bit of a beard and a mustache, and I still feel the same as I did when I was a baby, you know? You keep waiting and realized recently it may never happen, right? My mom says that she's still waiting too. Yeah. Was it you who sent me that video that explained that one of the most interesting parts of autism neurologically is that we have all these structures, neural structures, when we're a baby, we're a child. But the autistic always keeps those structures. The connections between the neurons stay. Whereas people without autism spectrum disorder, those connections eventually break. That was you? Well, there you go. Well, as long as you continue to look at the world from the lens of a child, then your mind should always have those connections there. Your brain should always have those connections. And for those who have lost those connections, they can be rebuilt, reforged, rebridged. As we reconnect with our inner child, neuroplasticity is a hot new emerging field in medical science that says actually the brain continues developing always. Doesn't stop at the age of 25 like they used to say, but always is there connections being made and severed. Even if you're 120 years old. So all of those connections can be remade. And dear Starlight, wow, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! That's funny, dear Mo. And not to be controversial per se, but if you think about autism, according to that context, then it's not an absence of anything. It's the people who don't have that which are missing those connections. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with you if your brain is not holding the same connections. But in terms of what they call in psychology as positive traits or negative traits, meaning a trait that is a deficit of something or a trait that is an addition of something, then the parts of autism that are affected by that are positive traits in a literal sense. It's something that you have. And what you have is something that was clearly so natural that you were born with. And that you are very blessed to be able to continue. And indeed, dear Starlight, wow, so many of us here have autism. It's a spectrum for a reason. It's a spectrum of how much you're embracing your inner child. Maybe. And if that's the case, I hope to be embracing more and more of my autism every day. And I'd love to see a world where other people do the same. Thank you, dear Tom Terrific, for your galaxy. That is very kind of you. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dihrapatir Brahma Shivo Mestu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Dear Don Suela, you can recall so much of your childhood and teenage years so vividly. It can be very emotional at times. I'm very happy to relate with you in that. But absolutely, how bittersweet is it to reflect the very same intensity of some of the most beautiful or heartbreaking or heartbreakingly beautiful moments in our past. User 11, you had asked, what is my opinion on mathematics as a philosophical journey? Ah, that's a good question. Well, for me, the journey took me from physics to spirituality. That at first I wanted the answers to the universe. But then I realized what I really wanted to know was the answers of myself. That I'm okay being in the mystery of how the universe works, but how myself works. Not self in terms of body and mind that can be studied as a part of the universe, but that which is witness to the universe, not an object, a part of it. Mathematics was my bridge from an outer curiosity to an inner curiosity. Dear Dunsuela, you share you are learning this late in life, how to embrace your inner child when the childhood you had wasn't safe. Best time to be a child is now. And there's never a wrong time to be a child. There are certainly times to be an adult. But adulthood does not exclude your childhood. It just adds to it. That you've experienced childhood and that stays with you. Adulthood just adds to the experience, doesn't take away what you had before. Dear Larissa, you ask, how do I associate myself spiritually? What a great question. Here, I have to tell you something very wonderful. Please direct your attention to the blackboard that you see above me. And keep your arms and legs in the vehicle at all times. And if someone sees my pen, let me know. How did I lose it? Oh, I'm sitting on it. Professor Boylan is back. You're funny, dear G2 Infinity. Okay, Willy Wonka. You guys are funny. It is said that Earth arises from water. Water arises from fire. Fire arises from gas. And gas arises from empty space. These are the 4 traditional elements. And these are the 5 elements, including the quintessence. And if you think about the origin of the universe, this makes sense. That there's some creation that happened here, and from space arose gas. From gas arose stars, from stars forged water and other molecules, and from those molecules came the earth. But if we read the ancient scriptures, something came before empty space. Before the space came mind. Before mind came intelligence. Before intelligence came ego. And from ego, or to ego, there was consciousness. How am I spelling this? Consciousness. So the story of the universe, according to this model, is that first there is consciousness. Then there is a sense of self. From that sense of self arises direction. From direction arises thought. From thought arises space. Then air. Then fire. Then water. Then the world we call Earth. In Sanskrit, the 5 elements are called the bhutas. And these 4 initial principles are called the antahkaranas. Consciousness is another name for spirit. Your consciousness is your spirit. By itself, it is formless. But every subsequent dissension of that consciousness makes it more and more of form. So this is a sequence from the formless to the form. So the first dissension of spirit is ego. And the ego, according to this model, is not the part of you that's selfish. It's the part of you that associates. The ego is simply your collection of association. The spiritual path is simply withdrawing your association from the world and all of its physicality, back and back again, withdrawing it all the way back into consciousness or spirit. So the question of how you spiritually associate is a funny one, because that is the journey of spirituality itself, to withdraw your association from form back into the formless. And eventually, that association, that ego merges back into conscious spirit. That's right, dear Meena. Consciousness is God's self. There are many different equivalent names for the one. You may call it source. You may call it consciousness. You may call it spirit. You may call it soul. You may call it awareness. You may call it the witness. You may call it God. You may call it the higher self. You may call it love. You may call it potential. Whatever you call it, it remains the same as the place from which this whole experience has arisen from. By the way, I would like to keep an eye on the time, and I am considering how we're going to end this over the course of the next, let's say 20 minutes or so. Dear December, you ask, shouldn't it be fire, earth, air, water? From the perspective I speak from, it is a sequence of formless becoming more form, and earth is the most formful. For example, this sequence is given in the ancient scripture of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna gives it like that. You can see that water is more formless than earth, fire is more formless than water, air is more formless than fire, and empty space more formless than air. So that's what determines the sequence. Blackboard is a great addition. I'm so happy to hear that, dear G to Infinity. Just don't call it late to dinner, shares Billy. Sorry, dad jokes. Gotta love them. You're funny. And before all of those, there was the blackboard. That's very profound, dear Jake. You are right. Dear Lanny, you sure you'd like my input? You had a debate with someone who says spirituality is a religion. Their experience informs them on their word choice. And to them, that's what this word means. But to me and yourself and probably most people, spirituality is something that includes religion, but also includes many things that aren't necessarily religious. There's no way of being religious without being spiritual. Unfortunately, many people perform the rituals of religion without actually invoking spirit. It's just an autonomous mechanical process. And so they've learned to see spirituality as something separate, which unfortunately speaks for a lack of spirit in their own religious practice. But to me, spirituality is something that includes a vast array of internal introspection. Well, that's a redundancy of internal discovery, introspection, prayer, meditation, healing, love. And you can do all of that without ever cracking open a religious text, without ever going into a religious place of worship. It's like squares and rectangles. All squares are rectangles. If your square isn't a rectangle, then I don't know what you got. But it's a contradiction. But not all rectangles are squares. The rectangle includes the possibility of squares. But there are many ways of being a rectangle without being a square. Similarly, spirituality includes the possibility of religion, but there are many ways of being spiritual that don't include religion. In other words, religion is not necessary to be spiritual. Simply put, loosely speaking, you can categorize 3 different types of spirituality as is done traditionally in the Bhagavad Gita, for example. A text that I draw lots of inspiration from, as I'm sure you know. So let's draw the ultimate Venn diagram. Here is spirituality. It may include something we call bhakti, Oops. Which includes all of the devotional practices. It may include karma, which includes all of your, how shall I translate this, actions. And it can include jnana, which is all of the knowledge portion. Religion is really a subset of spirituality. It's a form of spirituality that goes under the category of bhakti or devotion. But really, in order to fully be spiritual, we have to embody all of these things. And unfortunately, there are a lot of religious people that forget about the actions, that they have to make the way that they live their life spiritual, how they're helping people. And they may forget to really deepen their understanding of spiritual knowledge, like what it even means to have a God. Not just to believe in one, but what does that mean for you? What knowledge does that grant? So for some people, they may create a kind of barrier here. They may say that, no, only this is religion, and only this is spirituality. But not the case. True spirituality must include some devotional practice, and not necessarily a religious one. That's optional. You can have it or not. It's just only one form of devotion, as we said. But you must make the way you engage in the world spiritual, and you must make your knowledge spiritual too. And so that's the threefold discipline of spirituality, as given in the Bhagavad Gita, for example. I need a physical blackboard. Writing on a real blackboard would be ASMR, that's for sure. I'm wondering if you can even hear when I'm drawing on this. That has a good sound. Thank you, dear Kevin Light, for the fast verse that you sent to. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Anna, you shared sounds like a very tiny person speaking. I love your mind. It is a stylus, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's the most basic drawing tablet you can have. It's very cheap, anyone can get it. It has no screen. And all there is literally, there's just a little coil inside the tip that's powered by a simple battery. And that creates a little magnetic field. And when that magnetic field interacts with the circuitry in this, then that corresponds to a place on your screen. So you don't actually look at it while you're writing, you look at your screen and you see a little cursor. The cursor appears before you even draw on it. Even if you're just hovering, then you'll see where you would draw if you were to press down. Someone had recommended that I get that in high school because they were addicted to a game called Osu. And all of the pro Osu players have this drawing tablet. And so my friend really wanted me to get into Osu. which is a rhythm game where you're moving your mouse on the screen and clicking and whatnot. But I found it has a lot other practical applications. Like in helping visualize some of the things that we discuss here. And thank you, dear Adkins, for your sharing of the live. And it's much easier to draw on this than a mouse. So if anyone ever wanted to get into digital art, but they didn't want to have to pay the hundreds to thousands of dollars on an art tablet, then this is a great entry into that creative, whatchamacallit, that creative dimension for you to explore. Some of you have played Osu before. Dear Mina, Lumi. Your son played that, dear G2 Infinity. Casually whipping out totally brand new tools like it's effortless. Well, you're very kind, dear Orla. As I've said, I've had this since high school, so it's been a while. Thank you, Natalia, for your liking of the live. Now we are at a time in which it's appropriate to end. We've been here for 4 hours, and probably time that I start taking care of this body. Get it some good food. You were that Osu kid in your school. That's awesome. Every school has to have one. But we will be transitioning now from our manana to our nididhyasana to end the live with a kind of meditation of some sort. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the teleporters. For our meditation tonight, I needed to get a mala, which I forgot to already prepare. Scotty accidentally beamed me up. I told him not to. Tonight, I thought we'd do a simple mantra japa again, which, in case you hadn't already guessed, is my favorite form of meditation. The mantra that I've chosen for us today is called the Dvādaśakṣāra, or the Dvādaśakṣāra mantra, which literally means the mantra of 12 syllables. There's a lot of mantras with 12 syllables, but this one is the one. And those 12 syllables are Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And I thought I'd add some helpful tips on pronunciation. For example, the BH sound is a little breathy. That H is not silent. B. And the M with the dot below it is pure nasalization. Om. O's, E's, and A's with a hat. They are all twice as long as the rest. And the V is more like a vibrating W. In English, when we form the V, we press our bottom lip against our teeth, you might notice. V. When we make a W, we just curl our lips. W. Try to make a V sound like a W. Make your lips curled like a W. Ooh, and then add vibration until it sounds like a V. Ooh, wah, 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 without using your teeth. And every other sound is just as you might imagine in English. Those are my pronunciation tips for the sacred and ancient language that is Sanskrit for today. But let me tell you a little bit about this mantra before we begin. This mantra, it translates roughly to salutations to the personal divine which pervades everything. Namo means salutations, Bhagavate means to the personal, Vasudevaya means to the divine that pervades everything. In other words, this is a mantra to get you in touch with the divinity everywhere, without exception, all circumstance, places and people and things, and not just in a conceptual sense, but in a very personal sense, to gain a personal connection with the divinity everywhere. This mantra is dedicated to Vishnu or Krishna and is considered the most important mantra in a sect of Hinduism called Vaishnavism. It first appears in the Vedic scripture called the Srimad Bhagavatam, and it can be chanted just like the Gayatri mantra, another famous mantra. It has two traditions, a tantric tradition and a Puranic tradition. In the tantric tradition, it is said that Prajapati is the rishi of the mantra. In other words, that this mantra was first revealed by a seer known as Prajapati. And actually, Prajapati is no ordinary seer. That's a synonym for the creator. It literally means the original ancestor, Prajapati. So the firstborn, the one which has come to create this universe, has come to reveal this mantra. But in the Puranic tradition, it said that it was revealed by Narada, who is also no ordinary rishi or seer, but actually is a Deva rishi, an intermediary between humans and the divine. Some say that chanting this mantra can improve health, strength, and discrimination, help people realize their true nature, overcome negative tendencies, ignite devotion or divine love, and bring celebration and service to life. So with all that in mind, I hope you join me in chanting this mantra 108 times before we end tonight. I will keep track on a mala of 108 beads. Once we get back to the Guru bead, then we will have finished. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Salutations to the personal divine, which is within all things. For those who were unable to chant or decided not to, may you receive all the benefits of my chanting as I dedicate it to the divinity within you. And if you found this helpful, very happy to hear that, first of all. You may notice that afterwards you may feel revitalized in health, strength, discrimination. You might feel a deeper realization of your true nature. Some negative tendencies may feel overcome. There may be a spirit of devotion or divine love ignited within you. And you may feel celebratory over the nature of service as our highest nature. All of that is important to reflect on, to empower the next time that you chant. So thank you and namaste. I'm grateful that I seem to lose my voice just at the end there. Now I can take a sip of water. Or water. Thank you for your wise words, dear Amanda. The universe has a divine plan for each of us, and it is unfolding in its own perfect time. Sadhu. Well said. Peace be with you. Good night. What do the Vulcans say? Live long and prosper. Thank you for participating, dear Everett. That brings us to the end of our live stream. Happy to be here. Thank you, dear Mischief, for the trio of roses that you had sent. I'm always happy to invite a little mischief in my life. Thank you, dear Jake, for the confetti that you sent to him. Om Saraswatyai Namaha. Thank you for giving the frog in your throat a drink, shares Billy. That's so cute. I love that. Rip it. Namaste, dear Kimia. Thank you for being here, dear Donsuela, and for your optimism and positivity always. Thank you, and G2 Infinity, and all my lovely moderators for helping make the space more peaceful. Or, I should say, for helping bring out the peace that's inherent within all of us. Thank you, dear Everett, for your roses. Om Tham Namaschandaraya. Your baker's dozen worth of them. Oh, very sweet, dear G2 Infinity. How amazing is it that we all have the ability to fill each other's mugs and still have more left over. Alright, time to give the frog in my throat some more rest and some hydration soon. Now I sound like a little old lady. Maybe. Do you know that if there's any part of the Sangha that you fear would be lost in time, it won't be. It will be uploaded to Yamsox Lives, the YouTube channel, along with the meditation and reading. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Mritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. That means lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our environment. May there be peace in ourselves, and may there be peace in the forces that compel us. Now, if there has been any good that has come through the Sangha, do know that it has come from the divine. And if there is any way in which that goodness could have been there, but it was limited in any way, that's on this guy. So I hope to be held accountable for that and continue to step aside to make way for the divine and let the divine flow through me, rather than feeling like it is I who is doing all this. Certainly not. You feel good, dear Mats. I'm happy to see you and hear that. Hello and goodbye. Dear Amanda, your question of the night to me is, what makes me smile? That reminds me, I forgot to reveal the question of the day today. It's a secret question of the day. I accidentally opened it a few times. So maybe if you go back in the recording, you can find the secret question and answer it. Or I can reuse it tomorrow. But yes, your question is, what makes me smile? The ability to put a smile on another person's face. The ability for one's smile to be contagious. Yes. Thank you for the question of the day, dear Amanda. You guys are funny. Whatever time it is for you. Be it your morning, your afternoon, be it twilight, the middle of the night, your evening. May you have a wonderful rest of the present moment. Namaste.